Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining the Public Service Commission for docket number 2019-226E. This is IRP hearing for Dominion Energy South Carolina. Today is Tuesday, October the 13th. The time is 9:01 a.m. and I call our hearing to order. Yesterday, we stopped with witness Eric Bell. Dominion is still presenting its case, and I ask that council calls its next witness. Well, before we get started, let me check with my lawyer. Are there any preliminary matters we need to discuss?
No, sir, Mr. Chairman.
We do need to do the roll call, right? All right, let's do that roll call. Always forget about that. We're going to start with District 1, Commissioner Williams.
Commissioner Williams is present in the hearing room.
Vice Chair Belzer.
I am present in the hearing room.
Commissioner Caston.
Caston present in the hearing room.
Commissioner Irvin.
Irvin, virtually due to COVID-19.
Commissioner Irvin, I heard you, but barely. You may need to increase your volume or move closer to your microphone.
Is that better?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Commissioner
Thomas.
Present in the hearing room.
Commissioner Powers.
Present in the hearing room.
And Chairman Williams is present here in the hearing room. All right. Again, checking in with my lawyer. Are there any preliminary matters we need to discuss?
No, sir, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Today's the 13th, and I know we have a witness that needs to be called before the 15th. Do we need to make special arrangements for that now, or would we just like to see where we end up by the end of the day?
You can do that, or if you want to go ahead and set it for the first thing in the morning.
Okay, let's go ahead and do that. If there are no objections, and I forget that witness's name, can you remind me?
Yes, sir. Anna Summer.
Anna Summer. Can we go ahead and prepare to call Anna Summer tomorrow morning, first thing at 9 o'clock? Are there any objections from the parties? Okay, hearing none, we're going to start tomorrow morning, with witness Anna Summers. All right, Counsel for Dominion, are you ready to proceed?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. This is Chad Burgess, and yes, we're ready to call our next witness.
Thank you, sir. Please call your next witness.
On behalf of Dominion Energy South Carolina, the company calls Therese Griffin to the stand.
Ms. Griffin, if you would raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Would you please state your name for the record?
Therese A. Griffin.
And Ms. Griffin, by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by Dominion Energy South Carolina as manager for energy efficiency and demand management.
And did you prepare or cause to be prepared under your direct supervision and pre-filed in this document direct testimony consisting of 26 pages?
I did.
And are there any changes or corrections that you would like to make to your pre-filed direct testimony?
Yes. On page 26 of my direct testimony, the word low, L-O-W, on line 4 should read load, L-O-A-D.
Okay, so that's page 26, line 4. The word low should read load. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, are there any other changes that you would like to make to your direct testimony?
No.
And with the change that you just described, if I asked you all the questions contained in your pre-filed direct testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, we would move into the record the pre-filed direct testimony of Ms. Therese Griffin as if given orally from the stand as she just corrected it.
The pre-filed testimony of Ms. Therese Griffin will be entered into the record as if orally from the stand with the corrections she just made.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Griffin, have you prepared a summary of your direct testimony?
I have.
Would you please deliver that at this time?
Certainly. Good afternoon, Chairman Williams and members of the Commission. The purpose of my testimony is to provide an overview of the company's current suite of DSM programs that were the basis for considering DSM impacts and formulating the integrated resource plan. I will also update the Commission on the changes in those programs since their approval in 2019. Finally, my testimony discusses the DSM inputs used to meet the statutory requirement that an IRP is to include consideration of cost-effective energy efficiency and DSM programs. The Commission approved the company's current DSM programs on December 20th, 2019, only 2 months before the company filed the 2020 IRP in this case. These DSM programs are being implemented or are in development today and are the basis for considering DSM impacts in the 2020 IRP. The programs that were approved by the Order 2019-880 were based on a potential study prepared by a nationally recognized DSM Consulting and Implementation Group, ICF. In preparing the 2019 potential study, ICF assessed the cost-effectiveness and practicality of the company implementing a comprehensive range of energy efficiency measures, technologies, and programs. All the measures that were shown to be cost-effective were included in the proposed DSM program, which the Commission approved. Under the DSM statute, the Commission is only authorized to approve DSM programs if they are cost-effective. ICF used standard methodologies that are widely accepted in the industry to assess the cost-effectiveness of the DSM programs. Throughout this process, the company continuously solicited input from its advisory group, which included ORS and several of the parties represented here. The Commission established advisory group meets at least twice a year to review the status of DSM programs and their implementation. It is well recognized in the DSM industry that programs that are successful in some jurisdictions may not be successful in other jurisdictions. In the 2019 potential study, ICF took into account detailed information specific in the company's service territory. That information included customer demographics, housing stock, the characteristics of the energy-using equipment in place in homes and businesses, the age and likely turnover rate of that equipment, and the barriers and drivers to customer investment in energy-efficient equipment. In sum, the data specific to the company's territory was combined with ICF's extensive knowledge of DSM programs being implemented by utilities nationwide. During the planning process, the company also provided ICF with feedback from trade allies obtained through several organized meetings throughout the service area. Based on the 2019 potential study, the Commission approved with certain modifications the company's proposed suite of new, modified, and expanded DSM programs that effectively doubled the company's planned DSM program spending. To provide for consistency and stability in the implementation of the new DSM programs, the Commission specifically ordered that the approved DSM programs would not be subject to changes based on regulatory challenges for the 5-year period ending in 2024. The company began work to implement the suite of programs approved in Order Number 2019-880 before that order was finalized. In summary, the company provides approximately 1,500 individual DSM measures organized into 7 residential and 3 commercial and industrial DSM programs that I will briefly summarize. The Residential Neighborhood Energy Efficiency Program, known as NEEP, provides customers in low to moderate income neighborhoods with energy efficient education and direct installation of low-cost energy conservation measures as part of neighborhood door-to-door suites to reach customers. Through program year 9, nearly 14,700 homes have participated in NEEP, saving customers over 15,800 megawatt hours of energy usage with $5.8 million invested in the program. The company is targeting an increase of 45% in the participation rate of this program going forward. About 20% of the company's customers are renters living in multifamily housing, and approximately 30% of its customers are considered low-income customers. Experience has shown renters to be a difficult customer group to reach, since often the person paying the utility bill is not the owner or manager of the residence. The new residential multifamily program seeks to align property owners and managers with tenants in a single program. It offers highly discounted energy efficiency upgrades to property owners in exchange for building-wide participation by tenants in the program. Additionally, tenants receive an energy consultation, which may include the direct install of LED bulbs, low-flow kitchen faucet aerators, and shower heads at no cost. Referrals can be made to other DSM programs during that visit. The residential appliance recycling program retires older, less efficient, but still operable secondary refrigerators and/or standalone freezers from service. The company collects and recycles these appliances at no charge while providing direct payments to customers of $50 for a qualifying refrigerator or freezer. The program is targeting increased participation through additional marketing and promotional events. The residential heating and cooling program provides incentives for customers to invest in high-efficiency heating and cooling equipment in existing homes to improve energy efficiency through duct installation, duct sealing, and duct improvements. Over the next 5 years, the program is forecasted to provide incentives to customers to replace over 28,000 additional heating and cooling units and/or perform duct system improvements. Under the Residential Home Energy Checkup Program, the company's energy experts schedule visits to residences, conduct a visual inspection, and review with the customer their consumption data and weather impacts. Through program year 9, the program has been successful in encouraging over 25,200 homeowners and renters to undertake assessments of energy consumption at their residence, and has resulted in an average annual energy savings of 580 kilowatt hours per participating customer. This year, the program was expanded to provide a second tier, which includes an incentive covering 75% of the cost for the installation of certain energy efficiency measures, such as duct sealing and attic insulation. The Residential Home Energy Reports program motivates customers to improve their energy efficiency by providing them with advanced benchmarking, educational resources, and follow-up reminders. More than 37,000 residential customers have opted in to receive monthly and bi-monthly energy reports through this program. The program is currently being expanded from an opt-in model, under which the customers must affirmatively choose to participate, to an opt-out model. The customers whose usage data shows the most potential for improvement will be made part of the program unless they affirmatively opt out. By the end of program year 14, it is estimated that over 81,000 individual customers will be participating in the newly designed program. The Residential Energy Wise Savings Store incentivizes the purchase of discounted home energy efficiency products for residential customers. Since 2015, through both online and other channels, over 762,000 home energy efficiency products have been sold or distributed, resulting in over 40,000 megawatt hours in energy savings. Under the Commercial Small Business Direct Install Program, customers receive a free on-site energy analysis by a trained energy efficiency auditor. The incentives provided through program year 9 have exceeded $7.5 million and have saved customers nearly 25,000 megawatt hours of energy consumption. The company is currently expanding the program to focus more intensively on small businesses located in rural areas and small towns. The company is also increasing incentives available under this program and is funding an effort to expand participation by approximately 75% over 5 years. Our plan is to incentivize 4,000 additional commercial business projects over the next 5 years. The Commercial and Industrial Energy Wise for Your Business program increases energy efficiency in commercial and industrial facilities through incentives and technical assistance. The incentives can be off the shelf or tailored to reflect the savings targeted by individual customer plans. Over 5,800 projects have received incentives, which have saved customers over 240,000 megawatt hours of energy consumption. This year, the company will be adding a new agricultural component to the program to encourage farm energy efficiency. The company will also be adding a strategic energy management component to provide energy management training, tools, coaching, and technical resources to medium-sized customers. Last, the Municipal LED Lighting Program incentivizes municipalities to replace older, inefficient street lights with high-efficiency LED street lights. The program targets replacing approximately 54,000 non-LED fixtures over the next 3 to 5 years. The company currently offers a number of demand reduction measures that are tariff-based, including time-of-use tariffs, standby generation tariffs, and interruptible tariffs. The 2019 potential study evaluated the cost-effectiveness of additional demand reduction measures to offset winter peaks. The 2019 potential study showed that none of the additional demand reduction measures could be cost-effective until advanced metering infrastructure, or AMI, is rolled out in sufficient numbers across the company's system. The 2019 potential study determined that with AMI, by the winter of 2029, 43 megawatts of demand reduction could be achieved. This 43 megawatts of demand reduction has been modeled in the medium and high DSM scenarios presented in the 2020 IRP. The company's DSM programs have been very successful. Since 2010, the company's DSM programs have engaged more than 158,000 customers, including 15,303 low-income customers and 8,442 business customers. Going forward, it is not clear whether customers will be receptive to in-home or on-site visits under the new public health conditions. Additionally, federal lighting and appliance efficiency standards are far higher than in the past. While there are many uncertainties about predicting future conditions, all indications are that it will become more difficult for DSM programs to achieve additional reductions in load growth beyond those generated by increased efficiency standards. In closing, the DSM programs considered in the IRP are the DSM programs that have been recently approved by the Commission. Through the 2019 potential study and the testimony presented in support of it, these programs have been shown to represent a balanced suite of DSM programs that are practicable for the company to implement, are likely to be well received by customers, are cost-effective and economically justified, and have a reasonable likelihood of providing significant net savings to customers and to the system. At the time of this proceeding, the new programs and measures are in the early stages of implementation. The 2020 IRP study properly considers these programs and the savings they represent as a proper basis to measure the sensitivity of the IRP to future energy efficiency and demand reduction impacts. This concludes my summary.
Thank you, Ms. Griffin. Did you also prepare or cause to be prepared under your direct supervision and pre-filed in this docket rebuttal testimony consisting of 11 pages?
Yes, I did.
And are there any changes or corrections that you would like to make to your pre-filed rebuttal testimony?
No.
If I ask you all the questions contained in your pre-filed rebuttal testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, we would move into the record the pre-filed rebuttal testimony of Ms. Griffin as if given orally from the stand.
Ms. Griffin's Pre-filed rebuttal testimony will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Griffin, have you prepared a summary of your rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
Would you please deliver that at this time?
Yes. The purpose of my rebuttal testimony is to address the assertion contained in the testimony of ORS witness Philip Hayek concerning the high DSM case modeled in the IRP. I also address the testimony of Dr. David Hill on behalf of the Southern Alliance for Clean Energy and the South Carolina Coastal Conservation League, which is based on a misunderstanding of how DSM programs were evaluated in the 2019 potential study. The high DSM case modeled in the IRP was a load forecast that assumed the company's DSM activities would result in a 1% annual reduction in energy sales and associated capacity demands among eligible customers. However, the 2019 potential study did not support a level of DSM energy sales reductions as high as 1%, and its cost effectiveness is not known. Therefore, the high DSM case was put forward as a planning assumption only to meet the requirements under Act 62 and did not indicate that a DSM plan could be formulated to deliver that level of savings consistent with the requirement of South Carolina law that DSM programs must be shown to be cost effective. It was accurate to state that the high DSM case is not supported by the 2019 potential study because that is a fact. In regards to the stakeholder process in 2017, the company independently made the decision to conduct a DSM potential study to determine how its programs might be expanded consistent with cost effectiveness and practicality. In late 2017, the initial stakeholder meetings to review the scope and methodology of the 2019 potential study began, and stakeholder involvement continued through the completion of the study in 2019. The process took nearly 2 years. The 2019 potential study was fully reviewed and evaluated in docket number 2019-239-E, and its implementation is underway this year. The Commission specifically provided in Order Number 2019-880 that the company should have the opportunity to implement these programs, assess customer satisfaction, and evaluate the results before important changes would be ordered through the regulatory process. This commitment cannot be honored if the programs are re-litigated here. The DSM process, however, is not static. The costs and benefits of the programs will be subject to annual independent third-party evaluation and verification based on an annual evaluation, measurement, and verification program required by this Commission. The results of those evaluations will be shared with ORS and the stakeholders, including a number of the parties represented here, in twice-yearly stakeholder meetings. Annual updates will be provided to the Commission when the DSM rate recovery rider is updated each year. The plan as a whole will be reviewed and updated within 5 years of implementation. Given the time involved in preparing such a study, this means that scoping of a new potential study will need to begin in less than 2 years. All this is to say that the DSM portfolio of programs that is in place should be allowed to continue to be implemented as approved under Order Number 2019-880. On a related point, SCCCL's and SACE's witness, Mr. Hill, claims that the 2019 potential study failed to model a high DSM case. This reflects a misunderstanding of how the 2019 potential study was conducted, specifically the goal of the study, its methodology, and its results. The SCCCL and SACE were active participants in the scoping and review of the study while it was being prepared, and were parties to docket number 2019-239-E, where the 2019 potential study was presented and approved as the basis for the company's current DSM program. These issues were discussed in detail there. Specifically, the 2019 potential study did not model alternative high or low suites of DSM programs. Instead, the 2019 potential study built a DSM program portfolio from the ground up and included those measures that ICF's analyses and the company's experience and data indicated could be implemented in the company's territory on a cost-effective basis. A comprehensive set of measures, technologies, and programs were evaluated. None of the measures that passed industry standard cost-effectiveness tests were excluded. The measures and programs identified resulted in a doubling of the company's existing expenditures on DSM and an increase in the DSM-related reduction in the company's annual energy sales by approximately 47%. Next, Mr. Hill's argument that regional and national benchmarking show that DSM energy savings of 1% or more are achievable is identical to an argument that Mr. Hill's clients raised in docket number 2019-239-E that the company did not accept, that the commission rather did not accept. In fact, he uses the same graphic that was presented in that case. In order number 2019-880 on page 17, the commission rejected this approach and found that evaluating the company's system based on these statistics is potentially misleading. There are two categories of reasons why these sorts of benchmarking are misleading. First, it's based on stale data. It was relatively easy to report high DSM savings while new federal appliance and lighting standards and new lighting technologies were being rolled out. Past DSM programs sought to encourage the early adoption of trends and technologies that were emerging at that time. That time has passed. Second, DSM savings depend on utility-specific factors. Cost-justified savings are easier to achieve in places where rates are high, like California, New York, and New England. Additionally, different jurisdictions have different standards for measuring cost justification and may count savings differently. Further, different jurisdictions have different demographics, different housing stock, different population densities, different climate, different heating and air conditioning requirements, and different receptivity to calls to invest in energy savings. For these reasons, a potential study that looks at a specific service territory with specific demographics at a specific time is a far better guide to what is achievable than cross-state and cross-regional comparisons. Mr. Hill presents nothing in his testimony in this proceeding that calls the Commission's factual or policy conclusions in the 2019 DSM proceeding into question. The facts and analysis summarized in order number 2019-880 remain valid. Today, energy efficiency gains for lighting and appliances are much less dramatic and more incremental. Similarly, as the Commission found it is misleading to assume that the DSM results reported by utilities in states with higher rates, different climates, different cost-effectiveness standards, different conventions for counting savings, and different opt-out provisions are indicative of results that could be attained on a cost-effective basis in the company's service territory. This concludes the summary of my rebuttal testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Griffin. Mr. Chairman, Ms. Griffin is available for questioning by the other parties of record as well as examination by the commissioners.
Thank you, Council. South Carolina Coastal Conservation League and Southern Alliance for Clean Energy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Kate Lee representing South Carolina Coastal Conservation League and Southern Alliance for Clean Energy. Good morning, Ms. Griffin.
Good morning.
Demand-side management programs include energy efficiency programs and demand response programs. Is that correct?
In general, yes, that is correct.
And one of the benefits of these programs is that they reduce the need to generate electricity from supply-side resources, including fossil fuels. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
They can also defer or avoid the need for a utility to build new generating resources. Is that right?
Yes.
And DSM programs are subject to cost effectiveness testing. If the program is shown to be cost effective, that means that its benefits have been shown to exceed its costs. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
So would you agree that if shown to be cost effective, DSM programs can reduce system costs for the utility?
Yes, if they meet that mark.
And these reductions in system costs, those would also reduce the overall costs passed on to ratepayers. Is that correct?
If you're asking if additional costs to the programs would have an impact on ratepayers, it could have the effect of increasing the DSM rider itself.
Right, but so if overall system costs for the utility are reduced, then the overall costs that are passed on to ratepayers would also go down. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. So you testified a moment ago that the company's 2019 potential study was the basis for its consideration of DSM programs in the IRP. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in the IRP, Dominion states that the high DSM case, quote, was not supported in the 2019 potential study and is based only on estimates, likely not achievable, and cost effectiveness is unknown. Is that right?
Yes.
And Ms. Griffin, your testimony similarly states that the basis for those claims were that the Dominion's 2019 market potential study did not support a level of DSM energy sales reductions as high as 1%. Is that right?
Yes, it did not.
The 2019 market potential study to which you refer, that was developed in preparation for the 2019 proceeding, Docket 2019-239-E, where Dominion sought approval for an expanded DSM portfolio. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you testify on behalf of Dominion in that proceeding?
I did.
Do you recall that David Pickles from ICF, which is the company Dominion retained to develop the potential study, also testified for Dominion in that proceeding?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to introduce the document that we pre-marked as Safe CCL Cross Exhibit 1 and provided to Ms. Wheat. And I just emailed that to all parties and to Ms. Griffin. And I will also put this up on my screen to share.
Okay, give us a second.
Sure.
Kate, this is Chad Burgess. You said you just emailed that to me?
I did. I emailed it to all parties and to Ms. Griffin.
Okay, I don't
I
have
have
it
not
yet.
received it.
Okay. Give it 1 moment. It may take a second to send.
Attorney Burgess and Ms. Griffin, please let us know when you receive the email.
Yes, sir, we will.
Mr. Chairman, sorry to interject. This is Gudrun Thompson for Ms. Lee's colleague. I noticed that her internet might be unstable. Ms. Lee, your video is cutting in and out, and I wonder if there could be a problem with your internet that might prevent the exhibit being sent out. So if so, let me know and I can try to do it myself.
So I've been told by our producers that she has low bandwidth.
Okay.
So, Attorney Goodwin, could you? We can. Okay, we can show it from here.
Meanwhile, Mr. Chairman, I'm finding it in my email, and I'll try to send it around as soon as I can.
All right, could you please identify yourself, ma'am?
Oh, I'm sorry. That was Attorney Thompson, Gudrun Thompson, Ms. Lee's colleague.
Okay.
Yep, it is showing for me that it's still sending. So it may be a problem with my internet.
And South Carolina Coastal Conservation League and Southern Alliance for Clean Energy, are you seeking to introduce this docket into evidence, or are you just showing it?
Yes, we're seeking to introduce it
Into evidence? Okay, could you identify the document again for me, please?
Yeah, so we pre-marked this as Safe CCL Cross Exhibit 1, and it is an excerpt from the hearing transcript in Docket 2019-239-E. And in particular, it's the cross-examination, or part of the cross-examination of Dominion's witness, David Pickles, by Safe and CCL's counsel, Will Cleveland.
I have not yet received it.
Mr. Chairman, this is Gudrun Thompson. I just sent it out, but by replying all to an email from Ms. Wessinger Hill. And Ms. Griffin, I apologize that your email was not on there. I can maybe ask your counsel to send it to you, or if you wanted to.
Yeah, Gudrun, this is Chad Burgess. As soon as it comes to my inbox, I'll be happy to forward it to Ms. Griffin.
Thank you.
And my email is saying now that it has sent to, the email I was trying to send earlier has sent.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question?
Vice Chair Belzer, you have the floor.
Ms. Lee, could you identify again what docket this excerpt of a transcript is from?
I can. It is, so it's from Docket 2019-239-E. I will note that the heading at the top of the transcript was incorrectly marked in the version that we received from the commission. I also sent a full version of the transcript to Ms. Reed and to the commission to verify that it was the transcript from the proceeding I mentioned.
Okay.
And would also be happy to try to send out to all parties if needed.
So the transcript that was prepared had the incorrect docket number on it? Is that what you're telling me?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
So, Gudrun, this is Chad Burgess speaking. I did receive an email from you, but there's no document attached to it.
Yes, that was user error. I just resent. Please see if you've received it now. I apologize.
Okay, thank you. I haven't gotten it yet, but I'm on the lookout for it.
Well, in the meantime, Ms. Griffin, are you able to see it does look like the commission has been able to share the document.
Ms. Lee, this is Chad Burgess. Let me before you start asking my witness questions, let me make sure I take a look at the document first, if you don't mind, okay?
Sure. No, hold on.
Okay, Ms. Lee, this is Chad Burgess again. I have received the document, and you are representing that this is a cross-examination of David Pickles by Mr. Cleveland, and I think Commissioner Belzer was asking about this. At the top of the document that I have, it references Docket 2018-319E Duke Energy Carolina / rates and charges.
Mm-hmm. That is correct. The hearing transcript that we received for Docket 2019-239E changed from the correct hearing from the correct heading on page 6 of the full transcript. We can try to send a copy of the full transcript to verify, but may run into some issues with that. I was planning to ask Ms. Griffin to just verify whether she recognized any of this testimony from that proceeding, since she was also present.
Counsel, before we go there, I believe our court reporter can help clarify the issue we're having trouble with, if you will.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Burgess, apparently, and I apologize greatly for this, but on the original transcript, the header was correct on the opening pages through page 6, and when there was a section break to start the body of the transcript, it reverted to a previous transcript's docket number. So I have the opening pages here. I actually have the whole original here, but I'll say to you that those first 6 pages do indicate, and I can show you this, but 2019-239E for the DESC DSM portfolio and rider from November 13, 2019.
This is Chad Burgess. I've worked with you for many years, and if you're telling me that it's just a transcription issue in the header, that is good enough for me, and I certainly do not doubt that this is from the proceeding that you've indicated that it's from. So we'll accept this. So if Ms. Lee wants to go ahead on with her cross-examination, that would be perfectly fine. Ms. Griffin, I have emailed you the document that Ms. Lee sent to me. Are you able to see it?
Yes, I see it.
Okay, I'll step aside, Ms. Lee. Thank you for indulging me. Thank you, Ms. Wheat, for clarifying that for us. And I'll let you proceed with your cross-examination.
Great, thank you. So I'm unable to share my screen, unfortunately, but Ms. Griffin, would you please take a look at the bottom of page 86 through the middle of page 87 as marked on the transcript? On those pages, so beginning on line 18 on page 86, through, and again, I guess through line 7 on page 87, Mr. Cleveland and Mr. Pickles mention a potential study or 2019 potential study. Mr. Cleveland and Mr. Pickles are referring to the same 2019 market potential study referenced in the IRP and in your testimony. Is that correct?
Yes.
So on page 86, line 18, Mr. Cleveland states, I just want to make the point that as far as your potential study goes, there actually is more potential out there that you could achieve. I'm not necessarily saying you're going to, but you could. Could you please read Mr. Pickles' response to that?
No, the study did not establish that. The study established that this level of expenditure would be cost effective at this level. It does not speak to increments over and above these amounts.
And the 2019 potential study, that established that savings levels of 0.7% would be cost effective. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
So am I correct in reading this portion of Mr. Pickles' testimony to mean that the market potential study did not evaluate the cost effectiveness of incremental savings levels over and above that 0.7%?
Mr. Chairman, I would object to this line of questioning. It appears that Ms. Lee is seeking to
Attorney Burgess, we lost you there. You seem like you're making a pretty good argument, but we can't hear it. Still can't hear you. No, I can read your lips, but I can't hear you now. No. Do we need to take a brief recess? All right, we're going to take a brief recess to address our technical difficulties. We will come back in 10 minutes. I'm sorry, let's come back at 10 o'clock. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Commission's hearing on Dominion Energy South Carolina's submission of an IRP. We left you with an objection made by Dominion's counsel, Attorney Burgess, that we could not hear. Before we go back to Attorney Burgess, I'm going to do a quick roll call, starting with District 1, Commissioner Williams.
Commissioner Williams is here.
Vice Chair Belzer.
Belser's present in the hearing room.
Commissioner Caston.
Present in the hearing room.
Commissioner Irvin.
Virtually present.
Commissioner Thomas.
Present in the hearing room.
Commissioner Powers.
Present in the hearing room.
And Chairman Williams is present here in the hearing room. Okay, Attorney Burgess, if you would put your objection on the record.
Mr. Chairman, my objection was a simple one. It appeared that Ms. Lee had identified the transcript from a prior DESC proceeding in which she was attempting to cross-examine Ms. Griffin with respect to an exchange that occurred at that hearing between two people, one of which was not her, Mr. Cleveland, who represented CCL, as I recall, and Mr. Pickles, who testified on behalf of DESC. So my objection is simply this, Mr. Chairman. It's not appropriate to ask this witness questions about a conversation that occurred during the proceeding to which she was not a party to.
Response?
Mr. Chairman, if I may respond, yes. South Carolina rules allow cross on any matter relevant to any issue in the case. Mrs. Griffin's testimony in this proceeding is that the potential study does not support a high DSM case, and that puts the scope of that study squarely at issue. The questions I am asking Ms. Griffin regard testimony by a Dominion witness in the proceeding where that study was evaluated, a proceeding in which Ms. Griffin also testified, and in which Mr. Pickles, this witness, discusses the scope of that study.
Mr. Chairman, I think it's appropriate for the lawyer to question Ms. Griffin about the potential study, but I do think it's inappropriate to question Mr. Pickles through Ms. Griffin about what he testified to back in 2019.
The attorney for Coastal Conservation League, could you maybe lay a little bit more foundation?
Yes, I can. Ms. Griffin, do you have personal knowledge of the market potential study that Mr. Pickles and Mr. Cleveland are discussing here?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess, based on where she's going, I'm going to allow her a little bit more room to go forward. Your objection is overruled.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Ms. Griffin, so am I correct in reading this portion of Mr. Pickles' testimony and based on your knowledge of the market potential study, am I correct that the market potential study did not evaluate the cost effectiveness of incremental savings levels over and above the 0.7% that were evaluated in the potential study?
Yes, but it's important to note the origins of that potential study. So in 2017, the company independently made the decision to pursue a potential study in preparation for the ending of the portfolio that was in effect at that time. We made the decision to take a bottom-up approach to the study because we had not fielded a study like that in nearly 10 years. So we notified the commission early in 2018 during our annual petition that we intended to conduct a study to evaluate the technical, economic, and achievable potential in our service territory and put forth associated programs for the next portfolio. We did that again in 2019 during our annual petition. In between those two filings, we had extensive conversations with our Energy Efficiency Advisory Group. Some of the stakeholders are represented in this proceeding and were represented in the proceeding last year. So we had extensive conversations about the process and the approach that we would be taking with that potential study. And we moved forward with that process. We received input from the stakeholders. They reviewed an extensive list of measures and provided input. All of the measures that were evaluated in that study were included in the 2019 potential study. That study did not have as its goal maximum potential.
Thank you, Ms. Griffin. So then is it accurate then to say that the market potential study evaluated whether a portfolio of programs achieving a 0.7% level of savings was cost effective, but did not evaluate whether a portfolio of programs achieving 1% savings could also have been cost effective?
No, we did not start with a 1% assumption. We took a bottom-up approach to the study.
Okay, thank you. So Ms. Griffin, you testified that Dominion need not further consider the high DSM case, in part because doing so would be relitigating the 2019 market potential study. Is that correct?
Not specific to the high DSM case. It's the 1% is not supported by the potential study, and I was merely pointing that out.
Okay, but so the requirements of the Energy Freedom Act were not applicable to the Commission's decision in that earlier proceeding, Docket 2019-239-E. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
But isn't it true that Dominion's IRP, the subject of this proceeding, does have to meet the requirements of the Energy Freedom Act?
Yes.
Gudrun, if it's okay with the Commission, would it be okay for my co-counsel Gudrun Thompson to share her screen to show a portion of the Energy Freedom Act, since I have been having some technical issues?
Sure.
Thank you. And Gudrun, if you could please scroll to section 583740 B1E, please. Thank you. Ms. Griffin, do you see where the EFA states that utilities shall include several resource portfolios developed with the purpose of fairly evaluating the range of demand-side, supply-side, storage, and other technologies and services available to meet the utility service obligation?
Yes, I see that.
And do you also see where the EFA states that such portfolios and evaluations must include an evaluation of low, medium, and high cases for the adoption of, among others, energy efficiency and demand response measures?
Yes, I see that.
And Dominion was aware that it had to file an IRP meeting these requirements after the EFA passed in May of 2019. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so going back to the IRP, which stated that the high DSM case was based only on estimates, likely not achievable, and cost effectiveness is unknown. Other than citing to the 2019 potential study, did Dominion conduct any analysis in its IRP on the achievability of a 1% DSM case?
So at the time of the filing of the DSM programs in 2019, the act had just passed, and we did not feel that it warranted recasting the study. Rather, we took the approach of providing a high estimate of 1% in the IRP. So there were actually 3 DSM cases put forward in the IRP. All of them had certain assumptions or sensitivities associated with them. In the low case, we assumed that there would be no additional energy savings, and we don't believe that that will be the case. In the medium or the reference case, we put forward that we would achieve the forecast outlined in the 2019 potential study and the subsequent program plan that was associated with the study as a sensitivity in the IRP. And then in the high case, we also put forth a sensitivity of 1% that the resource plans could determine the impact of the lower demand on the system. So we put it forth as a sensitivity. However, it was not grounded in the potential study like the reference case was.
I understand. So other than citing to the 2019 potential study, did Dominion conduct any analysis in its IRP on whether a 1% DSM case would be cost effective?
No, we did not.
So does the Dominion IRP include any evaluation of how or if Dominion might be able to achieve the 1% savings level in the high DSM case?
We did not evaluate the 1% for its cost effectiveness, and we stated that in this discovery process, and I stated it in my testimony. We did not feel that it was warranted to recast the potential study. We had just completed it, and we had good basis for making the assumptions that we put forward in the IRP. However, it was the 1% was not tested for cost effectiveness.
Thank you. Just a few more questions, Ms. Griffin. The Dominion was required to update its avoided costs for its DSM program earlier this year. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And didn't this update result in additional DSM EE measures being found to be cost effective?
Yes, but most of the measures that were found to be cost effective were in fact already included in the portfolio.
Well, so did Dominion update its conclusion in the IRP about the cost effectiveness or achievability of the 1% savings case to reflect any of those changes?
As I said, the measures that were added as a result of the avoided cost update were minimal and would not have made an impact.
But there were additional measures that were found to be cost effective, and that would increase the savings that could be achieved from those programs. Is that correct?
It was nominal. I don't have the specifics on those measures, but I believe there were 16 measures that were found to be cost effective, and of the 16, I think almost all of them were included in the potential study already. So we actually had some measures that it made sense to include in the study as it associated within a program. So for example, heating and cooling units, we would want to be comprehensive in our approach to offering those rebates. So we might include a heating and cooling unit that was not a 1 in terms of the TRC. So what we found when we conducted that assessment over the summer is that those units became cost effective, but they were already included in the portfolio.
Thank you. In your rebuttal testimony, you addressed SAFE and CCL's witness, David Hill's testimony that many other jurisdictions have achieved greater than 1% savings levels. Is that correct?
Yes.
If I may briefly summarize your argument, your testimony is that the DSM results reported by these other utilities are not indicative.
Chairman, Ms. Lee, while we greatly appreciate her summarizing Ms. Griffin's testimony, I think it's more appropriate to ask Ms. Griffin a question about her testimony.
I can rephrase. Ms. Griffin, your testimony is that the DSM results reported by other utilities are not indicative of what can be achieved in Dominion's territory. Is that correct?
Yeah.
But Dominion did not conduct an evaluation designed to determine the maximum amount of energy efficiency savings that are cost effective and achievable in its territory. Isn't that right?
Yes. As I stated earlier, we set out the specific goals of that study and we implemented the study under those intentions. And they were not based on maximum potential.
So you don't agree that the fact that other utilities have achieved higher savings levels is reason to further analyze whether Dominion may be able to do the same?
I don't think that we should analyze it for that reason because the time in which those savings were achieved has passed. And as you know, appliance standards are improving, lighting baselines have changed, and so the opportunity to achieve those savings in the future are not the same as they were in the past.
So Dominion's modeling in its IRP showed that for 6 of the 8 portfolios it evaluated, that the high DSM case had the lowest net present value over a 40-year period when compared with the medium case. Is that correct?
I'll accept that, yes.
And in Dominion's revised IRP, which was submitted with rebuttal testimony, isn't it true that 46 of the 48 model runs were lower cost for the high DSM case than for the medium DSM case?
I think that another witness might be better suited to respond to that question.
Well,
I did not run those models.
Okay. So that does mean that, so if those assumptions hold true, that the high DSM case would result in lower cost to ratepayers over those 40 years as compared with the medium case. Is that correct?
Objection. Ms. Griffin just said she didn't run the study.
Very well. Ms. Griffin, are you able to look at the rebuttal testimony of Philip Hayett for ORS?
Yeah.
And would you please look at page 16, lines 4 through 6? Excuse me, lines 1 through 6.
Yeah.
Do you see where Mr. Hayett states that in Mr. Bell's exhibit EHB3, at pages 10 and 12, that Dominion presents net present value results separately for 48 medium DSM scenarios and 48 high DSM scenarios?
Yes, I see that.
And that in 96% of those cases, which is 46 of the 48, that the high DSM scenarios are lower cost than the corresponding medium DSM cases?
Yes, I see that.
So again, that means that if, again, the assumptions the Dominion used hold true, the high DSM case would result in lower costs to ratepayers over those 40 years as compared with the median DSM case. Is that correct?
That's what it says here, yes. But as I said, I did not model those scenarios.
You're welcome. And yet, but after seeing its modeling results, Dominion did not conduct any further evaluation to better support its assumptions in the high DSM case. Is that correct?
No, we did not, because as I said, we just completed a very comprehensive potential study, and we just had those programs approved in December of 2019, and we're only 10 months into the implementation of those programs. So we did not go back and evaluate a 1% scenario.
Well, but Dominion is not precluded from updating its potential study. Isn't that correct?
So in order 2019-880, the Commission has provided a remedy for the next potential study, and it has stated that in the next study that the company would pursue technical potential, economic potential, as well as maximum achievable potential with the goal of 1%. So they have provided a remedy for the question of whether or not the company can achieve the 1% through the study that we will conduct in just about 2 years now. We will begin scoping that study. We don't see a need to scope the study sooner than that because we just completed the study last year.
But Dominion isn't precluded from proposing any changes to its portfolio. Isn't that correct?
No, we're not.
And isn't it also correct that the Commission did not set any ceiling on the savings from Dominion's programs as long as those programs remained cost effective?
No, the Commission did not.
And was there any statutory requirement that Dominion file its IRP in February of this year?
I'm not responsible for the filing of the IRP. That's not within my scope. So I think you need to address that to a different witness.
Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Griffin. No further questions.
You're welcome.
South Carolina Solar Business Alliance, cross-examination.
We have no questions for this witness. Thank you.
Thank you. Johnson Development Associates, cross-examination.
Mr. Chairman, we have no questions for this witness.
Sierra Club, cross-examination.
Sierra Club has no questions for Ms. Griffin. Thank you.
Office of Regulatory Staff.
ORS has no questions. Thank you.
Redirect. I'm sorry, Commissioner questions. I'm moving too fast. Commissioners, questions for this witness, Ms. Griffin.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Powers, you have the floor, sir.
Ms. Griffin, in reading some of your testimony about the programs that have been suspended, have you tried to reach out? I understand being COVID careful. Sometimes I think people can use it to be COVID convenient. Have you tried to reach out to customers in any other manner to replace the programs where you feel you can't go into the homes or do on-site visits?
So yes, thank you for that question and the opportunity to talk a little bit about what's been happening in our programs. My staff and I are engaged in the day-to-day implementation of the 10 programs that I referred to. And the pandemic has had an impact on the residential portfolio, such that we had to suspend some of our in-home programs back in March. And we've had to be very creative in finding ways to reach customers, even though we can't go into the homes. And so we've done a few different things. One of them is with our residential audit program, where we would normally go into the home. We would spend about an hour with the customer, evaluating their appliances in the home, looking at their duct systems, and having a face-to-face conversation about the energy efficiency of their home, as well as doing some installations. So we are not able to do that right now, and have not been able to since March. However, in the spring, we began experimenting with a virtual visit, where we talk to the customer on the phone, and we provide a similar service in that we are walking with them through the home using technology like FaceTime. We've used Microsoft Teams and other video conferencing tools. And we've even just had a phone conversation and had them follow up by sending their photos in so that we could evaluate the appliances in their home and talk to them about what could be potentially be going on in their home. And so in June, we formalized that program. And so we now have a virtual home energy checkup. So we have a conversation on the phone with the customer, similar to the conversation we might have in the home. They walk us around their home. They send in photos to help us better understand what's going on in the home. And then we follow up by delivering to them measures in a kit. And that kit includes generally LED bulbs, and it may also include a standard kitchen faucet aerator. And so we deliver that at their doorstep. They know when to expect it. So that has worked well, and we have conducted hundreds of those visits since June. The other thing that we have done on the commercial and industrial side is we normally would inspect certain projects, but we weren't able to go out and do those inspections. And so we implemented there as well virtual inspections or audits. And so we are able to work with the contractor or the business owner to evaluate the measures that they installed at their facility. And that has also worked well. Even though we have gone back into businesses as of June, we continue to offer that option of either doing an in-person or a virtual inspection. So that has worked well. And then just this week,
have you offered that same option to homeowners or to residential neighborhoods?
Yes. So just this week, we have determined to go into low-income communities. So one of the programs that has taken the biggest hit this year due to the pandemic, unfortunately, has been our low-income program. And it is one of the programs that requires a more intensive in-home visit. And so what we've decided to do this month is actually deliver the kits that we would normally install ourselves. We are delivering parts of those kits to customers directly in the neighborhoods that we would normally visit, and giving them instructions on how they can install those measures themselves. So we've combined it with some virtual visits as well as kit drop-offs to serve residential customers.
I think what I'm doing or trying to get across is I would encourage to proceed with those as many programs as you can, even in person. I know if I needed repairs, you're going to come to my home. Certainly, these cost-saving measures could be implemented as well as much as possible and not be delayed. We don't know how long we're going to be living with COVID, and certainly don't put anything on hold because of it if you can still provide these services. That's what I'm asking.
Yes, we agree with that, and we have been pursuing those avenues.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Caston.
Ms. Griffin, I see in your direct testimony your title is Manager of Energy Efficiency. and demand management for the company. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
It also states that you lead planning and implementation of the company's residential, commercial, and industrial demand side management and energy efficiency programs. Is that correct?
Yes.
So is this a correct assumption that anything relating to residential, commercial, industrial demand side management and energy efficiency programs that may or may not be in the IRP, that is your total responsibility?
The most is. Some of the tariff demand response programs are not within our group. So we are primarily responsible for the energy efficiency programs that serve all customer classes. And we partner with many folks within the company and as well as our implementers to deliver those programs.
Thank you. What is planning, I'm not trying to be trite here, but what does planning mean to you? You lead planning in those areas.
So most recently, planning has meant the development of the program plans that the Commission approved in December of 2019. So we put forward plans for 10 programs, 7 residential and 3 commercial and industrial programs, and those programs all have forecasts associated with them. And we set out to implement those programs to achieve those forecasts.
That was going to be my next question too, like implementation. What does that mean to you?
So it's the day-to-day operation. So we work with implementers or contractors that help us actually reach customers on a day-to-day basis.
Thank you. Because I'm trying to get my head around how all this ties in. How does it tie together? Because this part is part of the IRP, as I understand it, and as I think the legislation requires. So I'm assuming for this portion, for the demand side management and energy efficiency programs, someone had to, or I assume, develop a specific plan that meets the requirements of that legislation. And to implement anything, you have to know what you're implementing. Implementing means doing it. It's action. We're going to do this. So that's what's being proposed and being done.
Yes, sir, and I can give you a specific example. So the potential study was completed last year, and it determined that this range of measures are cost effective. And so we worked with ICF, the company that actually did the potential study, to determine how to pull those measures together within programs, right? So you have heating and cooling units that met cost effectiveness. And so we pulled all those measures together into a program, and through that program, we offer customers rebates. So we incentivize customers to make a decision to purchase a more energy efficient unit. So a SEER 14 unit is the baseline. And so we offer a rebate that says if you go with the SEER 15 unit, then we will offer you a $300 or $400 rebate to help cover that expense. And so that's how the program, in that case, works. It's a rebate program. We have programs like the low-income program, the Neighborhood Energy Efficiency Program, where we go directly into those homes and we install the measures ourselves. So we go in and we install 15 LED light bulbs. Those light bulbs are 90% more efficient than an incandescent bulb. And we are still seeing incandescent bulbs installed in homes in our service area, in low-income homes in particular. And so we go in and we physically unscrew those bulbs and install more efficient light bulbs. We wrap water heaters in those homes. So electric water heaters that are not wrapped, we will wrap them. We will wrap the pipe associated with those water heaters. We will change out kitchen faucet aerators. And then we have a conversation with the customer about what we did and how it's going to help improve the efficiency of their home.
Thank you. Couple more
Those
questions.
are two examples.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. Couple more questions. And I think you responded that you guys worked with the advisory group. Did the advisory group listed in your direct testimony, which I think that was on page 3, I don't remember, participate in the company's demand side management planning? Did they participate in this process, all of them?
Yes, sir. They did participate. During the time when we began scoping the potential study to the time that we actually filed the request, I believe we met with the advisory group at least 5 occasions. And our meetings are generally 2 hours in length, and they go through a range of subject matter in those meetings. On several occasions during that period of time, we invited ICF to come and present directly to the advisory group to outline how they would go about conducting the study. And so we had them and their experts talk directly to the advisory group. We also had our evaluator come and talk about how they were assessing the market. So they were providing data inputs to ICF that would ultimately result in modeling the program.
So you're saying the advisory group did provide feedback and recommendations?
Yes, they did.
Did the company, the utility Dominion, adopt any of the advisory group's feedback recommendations?
We did adopt some of them. I can't remember all of them specifically, but one of the things that a couple of members of the advisory group has advised us on is around deeper measures in the home. And that's something that we looked at very seriously, and that is why we have now a second tier to the home energy checkup, that we are just beginning to implement now, where customers will receive a 75% of the cost of installation. They will receive an incentive that covers 75% of the cost of installing deeper measures in the home. And those deeper measures include sealing their ductwork to make their unit run more efficiently and installing attic insulation.
Do you have a rough idea what percentage of their recommendations Dominion adopted?
I can't specifically recall, but what I will say is I do recall that in November of 2018, we provided to the advisory group, following a meeting that we had in November of 2018, the complete list of measures that ICF intended to review and model. And we allowed several weeks for the advisory group to give us feedback on those measures. And we did receive feedback on those measures, and all of those measures were included in the modeling.
So you thought that the process was a good process?
yes, I felt that the process was a good process.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Commissioner questions for Ms. Griffin? Commissioner Williams?
Thank you, Chairman Williams. Ms. Griffin, as one of the new commissioners, it has been really enlightening to read your testimony and to learn more about not only what Dominion has done in the past, but what we're just starting to see as, for those of us that are customers. I have 3 questions. One has to do with the AMI that was referenced, the advanced metering infrastructure that was referenced in your testimony, but is found throughout various testimonies. Is that going to give you all the opportunity to do time of use rates in the future? Is it just for residential and commercial? Are you the right person for me to ask this of?
Well, you could probably ask that of any of us, but from my perspective, it could provide greater opportunity for time of use rates, and that's something that we will be evaluating.
In your testimony, is it referencing residential as well as non-residential?
Yes.
Okay. I have a kind of picky, I cannot understand something that's in your rebuttal testimony, and it's on page 7 of 11, and it's the latter half of the sentence where you talk about the new demand-side management programs are going to double your existing expenditures, but the rest of it says, and an increase in the DSM-related reduction in Dominion's annual energy sales by approximately 47%. It's the annual energy sales by approximately 47% that I cannot get my head around. Can you help me?
So under the previous portfolio, the estimate for the savings related to the program, I believe, was around 0.33%. 1.33%. What we've proposed in the portfolio, and that was approved by the commission, would result in 0.7% energy savings. And so that's the difference. That's the improved opportunity you get with the new portfolio.
How does that relate to the 47%? Maybe I misunderstood something you said.
So the previous portfolio that the program was operating under was achieving about 0.3% of annual sales. And under the new portfolio, we will go to about 0.7%.
I'll work on that one some
so
more.
I believe that is the reference.
Okay, thank you. And finally, would it be possible to model high demand-side management more fully in an updated IRP, in for example, the 2021 IRP?
It would not be possible to conduct a potential study in the next few months.
And because of that, it wouldn't be possible to include that in, you wouldn't have the data to be able to to run the analysis with high demand-side management?
That's something that we can certainly explore with ICF, but we have not. As I said, it took about 18 months for us to complete the 2019 potential studies. The next study is scheduled to begin scoping in about 2 years, and that study would have the 1% as its goal.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, could I have one more follow-up question?
Commissioner Caston.
If I may, I was looking at actually that same page, and I think it was alluded to in some of the earlier questions. You say on that same page, page 7 of your rebuttal, in short, the 2019 potential study did not model alternative high or low suites of DSM programs. And I'm trying to get my head around all this, so please bear with me. As I look at Act 62, especially B1E, where it references several portfolios, and part of that is, it states such portfolios and evaluations must include an evaluation of low, medium, and high cases for the adoption of renewable energy, cogeneration, energy efficiency, so forth. If I'm understanding it correctly, it says we're to evaluate low, medium, and high. Are we talking about the same thing here?
So the low, medium, and high cases that were included in the IRP, the low case, it was based upon the previous portfolio and not achieving any additional savings. So we don't believe that that will happen. It was a sensitivity that was applied to the resource plans. The medium case became the reference case in the IRP, and it is based on the findings of the 2019 potential study, which set forth a savings of 0.7%. And then we applied in the high case a 1% scenario for the reduction in energy sales. That 1% was not supported by the potential study. Now, that's not to say that a 1% portfolio could not be cost effective. We were just pointing out that the cost effectiveness is not known.
I've heard those referenced, numerous times in the last couple of days, and again, trying to get my head around all these things and trying to reconcile it with, what Act 62 says, what I'm hearing, what all does that mean, how does it tie in together? And it still sounds to me, if I'm understanding this, and, per your rebuttal testimony, potential study did not model alternative high and low suites. I guess the question is, what does such a portfolio and evaluation must include high, medium, low? What does that mean? Does that mean, okay, we can just make this assumption, or we can make this assumption, or we can use this number? Or does it mean if we're going to model one, we're going to model all? What does that mean to you?
So we were asked to provide inputs to the IRP for a low, medium, and high case. We had a basis for a low case as what we had done or were currently doing. We applied that as the low case, and we felt that was fair and reasonable. The low case assumes that the commission would not approve, for example, the portfolio of programs, and we would continue to have the same energy savings and not add any. We didn't think that was likely, but we applied it as a sensitivity within the IRP. The medium case was based on the approved suite of programs that we're currently implementing. And then the high case is an assumption. So all three are assumptions. The medium case assumes that we'll be 100% successful. I don't know that we will be 100% successful in achieving the 0.7%. We don't know what the lingering effects of the pandemic might be on our programs. But we have set that forth as a recommendation to the Commission because we believe that we can achieve those forecasts, and the commission has approved it. The high case is also an assumption or sensitivity. We don't know if it's achievable or not. And it did not have the benefit of cost effectiveness testing that the medium or reference case had under the potential study.
Now, kind of clear it up for me. Who asked that you provide input?
So resource planning is responsible for developing the IRP, and so we work with them to provide inputs with regard to the outcomes of our DSM programs. So we provide them with the forecasted energy savings and demand savings that we expect to see in the programs.
So if I'm understanding again correctly, Dominion's low, medium, high suites of DSM programs are assumptions.
Yes.
Thank you.
All three are assumptions. Yes.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner questions for this witness?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Urban.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, just to follow up on Commissioner Caston's questions, the truth of the matter is you simply didn't have enough time to come up with data to support the high category. Is that fair to say?
I think timing was a factor, but we also didn't feel it was warranted to recast the study that we had just completed.
I understand. So I commend you on the progress you've made. I think that you're making a good faith effort to implement the program that you have in place. But again, this goes back to my earlier concern that in order to continue the progress going forward, we need kind of an action plan that's backed up by data so that we don't find ourselves year after year after year having to rely on assumptions that have not been validated. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir, it does.
Okay. So my expectation is that so that the commission can comply with the Act 62 requirements, when you come back next year and the following year, I think it would be helpful to give us a timeline as to what your long-term goals are and give us the assumptions that have a factual basis, and recognizing that I believe you said one of the studies took about 18 months to complete. Is that right?
Yes, sir, it did.
So we have to build that into our planning going forward so it won't be caught off guard in 2023, for example, wondering why we didn't do that 18-month study before you came to the hearing. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, and we very much agree.
Yes, that's great. And so I think you're making excellent progress. I commend you on your efforts, particularly during a difficult time. I can understand why homeowners will be reluctant to bring strangers into their home, not knowing the situation with the virus, and also exposing your workers to homes, not knowing whether someone there is asymptomatic. So you're working under very difficult circumstances, and I think the virtual workaround is to be commended. I think there's also a cost savings there that you're probably going to realize from being able to do that virtually. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, sir, I would.
So rather than rolling out wheels to all these various residences, you can actually do more virtual inspections than you could in-person inspections. Would you agree with that?
we possibly could, and we'll be offering both options going forward.
That's great. And I would encourage you to try to continue the virtual inspections even after we have a safe and effective vaccine, hopefully next year sometime in the future, because it's a good utilization of resources. So I also commend your efforts on the rebates. I think that obviously if we're ever going to reach the low-income population, we've got to incentivize them to make energy efficient choices. And that certainly will help right now, particularly as a lot of people are out of work or they're suffering, from a lack of work and a lack of income and food insecurity and all kinds of things. So to the extent that those rebates can be offered, I think is a great thing. So I thank you for your testimony and encourage you to just think about those action plans going forward so we can properly implement the act and not have to rely on assumptions that can't be verified. Going forward, we'd like to have that study done prior to the IRP, of course. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any more commissioner questions for this witness? Hearing none, redirect.
Mr. Chairman, this is Chad Burgess on behalf of Dominion Energy. Just a couple questions for Ms. Griffin. Ms. Griffin, the IRP statute doesn't require the company to rerun its DSM portfolio of programs, does it?
No, it does not.
And the IRP statute simply requires that the company include in its IRP an evaluation of low, medium, and high cases for adoption, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And the way you evaluated the low, medium, and high cases for adoption is you apply sensitivities in order to do that evaluation, correct?
Yes.
And therefore, you would agree with me, Ms. Griffin, that by applying those sensitivities, that in fact constituted the evaluation that the company was required to do under the IRP statute, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions.
Recross. Anything else for this witness? All right, ma'am, you may step.
Yes, sorry, this is Kate Lee with representing States and CCL. I just have a couple of questions for Ms. Griffin.
All right, please proceed.
Thank you. Ms. Griffin, you testified on, in response to, I believe, Commissioner Caston's question regarding the advisory group process. Isn't it true that a stakeholder's participation in the advisory group does not imply their endorsement of the outcome of that process?
Yes, that's true. There's no implied endorsement in your participation.
And isn't it true that advisory group members have no final say in the programs that the company adopts?
I might argue that we don't have a final say. The final say is the commission.
Very well. But didn't SACE and CCL, who are members of the advisory group, didn't they contend in Docket 2019-239E that Dominion should have included higher levels of savings in their potential study?
So I did not go back and review their filings in that docket, but that sounds consistent with the position they've taken in our meeting.
Thank you. And just one more question, Ms. Griffin. Are you aware that utilities can include higher levels of DSM savings as an assumption in their IRPs without redoing a market potential study to support that?
I'm not familiar, but I will tell you that I would be reluctant to put forth anything that did not have the support of a thorough evaluation. Each DSM case is an assumption, and the 1% is also an assumption. It's just not supported by a cost-effectiveness test, so it's unknown. They could be cost-effective, we just don't know.
Well, thank you. No other questions.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Griffin, thank you for appearing today. You may step down from the stand subject to being recalled for more questions. Counsel for Dominion, will you please call your next witness?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ziegler is going to present the next witness for the company.
Mr. Chairman, Dominion Energy South Carolina would call Mr. James Neely to the stand.
Mr. Neely?
Yes.
If you would raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
All right, please proceed.
Please state your name for the record.
James Neely.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
By Dominion Energy by Dominion Energy South Carolina as the Senior Resource Planning Engineer.
Mr. Neely, did you prepare or cause to be prepared under your direction 19 pages of direct testimony that was pre-filed with the Commission in this proceeding?
I did.
Do you have any changes or corrections to that testimony?
I do not.
If I were to ask you all the questions contained in your pre-filed testimony today, would your answers here be the same?
They would.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the pre-filed direct testimony of Mr. Neely in this proceeding be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
The pre-filed direct testimony of Mr. Neely will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Mr. Neely, have you prepared a summary of your direct testimony in these proceedings?
I have.
Would you please present this summary to the Commission and the parties?
I will. Good morning, Chairman Williams and members of the Commission. As a Senior Resource Planning Engineer, I am responsible for modeling the company's electric system for the purpose of calculating avoided costs, determining the least cost resource plan, forecasting fuel costs, and evaluating changes to electric generation. The purpose of my testimony is to discuss the resource plans that were analyzed in the company's 2020 Integrated Resource Plan. First, I will provide an overview of the generation assets and retirement assumptions used to define the resource plans. Second, I will describe the 8 specific resource plans that were modeled. Third, I will discuss the sensitivities and assumptions used in that modeling. Finally, I will describe the results of the plans. The 8 resource plans were modeled based on combinations of 6 different types of generating resources, plus assumptions concerning the early retirement of existing generation units. The 8 resource plans defined a reasonable range of potential approaches to meeting customers' future needs in light of currently available technologies. The 6 types of generation resources that were included were battery storage, solar purchase under a power purchase agreement or PPA, utility-owned solar generation, combined cycle gas generation units, standalone heavy frame internal combustion turbines, and aeroderivative internal combustion turbines. These technologies each have associated fixed and variable costs, escalation rates, and operating characteristics. Data concerning construction costs and operating characteristics for these resources were provided by the Dominion Energy Services Generation Construction, Financial Management, and Controls Group.
Escalation assumptions for thermal generating resources were taken from the Handy Whitman Index of Public Utility Construction Costs. Similar escalation information for renewable resources was obtained from the National Renewable Energy Laboratory. The base load forecast combined with the three demand-side management scenarios created three forecasts of summer and winter peaks. The 8 groups of resources were then configured to meet those peaks. The scheduling of resource additions to meet summer and winter peaks produced the 8 resource plans that were modeled. The planning criteria used in scheduling resource additions recognized the need for both base reserves and incremental peaking reserves. Base reserves are the reserves needed to meet system requirements in all but the 5 highest peak load days in the winter or summer season. Incremental peaking reserves are the additional capacity above the base reserves needed to provide the required level of reserves during those 5 peak load days. Our approach assumes that the 5 peak days can be met with lower cost short-term resources, which could be off-system purchases, demand response resources, or other short-term resources. The winter base and incremental peaking reserve margins were the constraining factors used to determine the timing of adding all generation resources in the 8 resource plans. The sensitivities modeled in the IRP included low, medium, and high cases for load impacts from DSM. The low DSM case is equivalent to the DSM programs and levels on our electric system prior to the adoption of the 2019 potential study. The medium DSM case assumes that the energy sales reductions described in the 2019 potential study would be fully achieved. The high DSM case assumes that DSM programs reduce annual energy sales by 1% of applicable retail sales by 2022. These DSM cases, in effect, model high, low, and base assumptions as to the future load growth. The high DSM case was not part of the scope of the 2019 potential study. Its use here is not supported by any analysis that would establish that as a DSM program at that level would be practical and achievable or cost-effective as required by the DSM statute. Next, 3 gas price forecasts were created. The base gas and low gas scenarios are based on monthly NYMEX gas prices for the years 2020 through 2022, escalated at 2 different rates. The high gas forecast is the 2019 EIA gas forecast. The EIA gas forecast has been consistently higher than actual gas prices in recent years and serves as a good high gas scenario. Finally, the IRP models CO2 prices of $0 per ton and $25 per ton. The $25 per ton CO2 prices begin in 2025 and grow at 2% a year. All scenarios were modeled using ProSim, which is a production cost model that executes an hourly time series simulation of the utility's loads and resources. ProSim models a broad range of unit costs that include fuel costs, variable operation and maintenance costs, fixed operation and maintenance costs, start costs, stop costs, and emissions costs. ProSim also modeled off-system purchase and sales costs. Ultimately, Resource Plan 2 was shown to be the least cost plan under all DSM cases, where the modeling reflects base gas prices and 0 CO2. In Resource Plan 2, a pair of large frame ICTs are added when the winter reserve margin drops below 14% during the modeling period. In this configuration, 2 ICTs are constructed together to lower costs. Resource Plan 8 resulted in the least carbon impact under all scenarios. In Resource Plan 8, Watery and Williams are retired in 2028 and replaced with a 553 megawatt combined cycle unit, a 523 megawatts of ICTs. Dual fuel capability is eliminated at Coke, so Coke burns only natural gas starting in the year 2030. Additional tranches of 100 megawatts of battery storage and 131 megawatts of ICT aeroderivatives are added to maintain the 14% winter reserve margin during the modeling period. Solar is added in 2026, 2027, and yearly from 2029 to 2048. This resource plan is the low carbon plan. All resource plans include the addition of combustion turbines or combined cycle plants. But resource plans 5, 6, 7, and 8 also add renewables. Resource plan 2, which adds only combustion turbines, resource plan 8, which returns all coal, and resource plan 7, which relies on solar with storage, rank as the least cost plans depending on the sensitivity selection. Resource plan 8 has the lowest 2030 CO2 emissions by a significant margin and the lowest cost in some scenarios. This concludes my summary.
Thank you, Mr. Neely. Did you prepare or cause to be prepared under your direction 34 pages of rebuttal testimony that was pre-filed with the commission in this proceeding?
I did.
Do you have any changes or additions to that pre-filed rebuttal testimony?
I do not.
If I were to ask you all the questions contained in that testimony today, would your answers be the same?
They would.
Mr. Chairman, at this time I move that the pre-filed rebuttal testimony of Mr. Neely be entered into the record of this proceeding as if given orally from the stand.
Pre-filed rebuttal testimony of Mr. Neely will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Mr. Neely, have you prepared a summary of your rebuttal testimony in this proceeding?
I have.
Would you please present that summary to the commission and the parties?
Yes. Our rebuttal testimony addresses the direct testimony filed on behalf of the ORS, the Sierra Club, the South Carolina Solar Business Alliance, and the South Carolina Coastal Conservation League, and Southern Alliance for Clean Energy. Generally, in their direct testimony, all of these parties made many helpful recommendations. Each of these recommendations was considered, and the company implemented many of them in preparing the IRP supplement that company witness Bell sponsors. I'll address the certain recommendations that were of primary importance to my role in the IRP process. ORS raised 19 recommendations for implementation in this IRP cycle. Some of these recommendations also overlap with those of other parties. Despite the short time frame with which to work, the company was able to conduct all required reevaluations and implement the recommendations that were substantiated. The IRP modeling has been revised, but overall, the conclusions drawn in the 2020 IRP did not change. Resource Plan 2 has the lowest overall cost to customers under the assumptions of zero CO2, medium DSM, and base gas costs. Resource Plan 2 is also the lowest cost resource plan in all scenarios where CO2 is $0 per ton. Modeling the 8 resource plans with the new assumptions makes Resource Plan 3 the least cost plan assuming a $25 a ton CO2 cost. But Resource Plan 8 remains the plan with the highest reduction in CO2 emissions by a substantial margin. When a CO2 cost of $25 a ton, medium DSM, and high gas are assumed, Resource Plan 7 is the least cost plan. Resource Plan 8 is the least cost plan when a CO2 cost of $25 a ton, medium DSM, and low gas are assumed. The changes in levelized costs are small and have resulted in a reshuffling of the ranking of plans, but the cost differences between the plans are small under each scenario. My testimony addresses each of the recommendations included in the revised analysis, and a number of those that were not included. I will summarize my responses to several of them and refer the commission to my pre-filed rebuttal testimony for the others. ORS recommended that the company include incremental capital costs for existing and new resources after commercial operation. This would include routine upgrades and capital maintenance projects that occur over time. This has been done. ORS recommended that we reevaluate our assumptions concerning capital costs de-escalation of renewable energy projects long term. Doing so, we discovered that the data we used for the escalation costs of renewable energy projects was provided in real dollars, but nominal dollars were expected. We converted the forecast to nominal dollars and created two new escalation values for both solar and battery storage using two different periods. In response to the recommendation that the company should rank all resource plans under all sensitivities, the IRP supplement now includes tables that present and rank each of the 8 resource plans against all 3 demand-side management cases, all 3 gas prices, and both CO2 assumptions. Both doing so increase the number of scenarios presented in the IRP plan from 64 to 144. We disagree with the Sierra Club's recommendation to use a blended capital cost for large frame and aeroderivative ICTs. The units are very different. Utilities pay a substantial cost premium for the fast start capability and favorable heat rate of aeroderivative ICT units. ICT large frame units have lower costs, and blending them together with aeroderivatives ignores the cost and operational differences and is not reasonable. As several interveners requested, we have revised the capital cost assumptions for battery storage. A review of industry data provided a lower estimate of current capital costs for battery storage. That value has been used in the analysis provided in the IRP supplement. In response to the ORS's recommendation, the revised analysis include capitalized interest known as AFUDC and determining the cost of constructing gas units. ORS recommended that the company should include fixed operation and maintenance or O&M expenses for new owned solar and battery storage resource additions. We have done so. In response to the ORS's recommendation that the company should replace battery storage resources after a 10-year operating life, we determined that battery storage can last up to 30 years using cell augmentation, which was added. This allows the battery capacity to be maintained so that replacement is not required during the modeling period. The recommendation was made that the company should account for investment tax credits for newly owned solar and battery storage resource additions. In response, the company adjusted the input used in the revenue requirements calculations to account for a 10% investment tax credit for new owned solar and battery storage resource additions. 10% is an appropriate rate to use for the IRP because no new owned solar and battery storage resource additions will occur before 2026. We disagree with the Sierra Club's recommendation that the company use an identical transmission cost for solar and gas-fired generation. Doing so would inaccurately reflect costs. Specifically, solar farms have large footprints and are often located in rural areas. The assumed cost of connecting them to the grid reflects the cost of actual projects. In response to the recommendation that the company should review its escalation calculations for the final 10 years of the study period, the company has evaluated these recommendations and has changed the escalation calculations for the last 10 years of the analysis period. The Solar Business Alliance took issue with the fact that the company relied on gas price predictions that were lower than those of the 2019 Department of Energy Annual Energy Outlook Report. The 2020 report is now available and shows a lower price forecast that is more in line with the forecast the company used. The current range of gas price sensitivities is reasonable and has not changed. In regard to the Sierra Club's proposed alternative resource supply plan models, the company submits that these models were simply unworkable. Implementing the Sierra Club's alternative resource plans would result in a reduction in the reliability of the electric system, particularly during those times of extreme cold and peak winter demand. In conclusion, the company has implemented those recommendations that have merit and can be implemented. ORS also made a number of recommendations for future IRPs. The company is committed to carefully analyzing those recommendations as well as all of the recommendations of the other parties and implementing them as practical and appropriate. This concludes the summary of my rebuttal testimony.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Neely is available for cross-examination and questions from commissioners.
Thank you very much. Before we go into cross-examination, we're going to take a break. Please return back to your seats at 12 o'clock. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the South Carolina Public Service Commission's hearing in matter docket number 2019-226E, Dominion Energy's submission of their IRP for commission review and approval. Before we get started, we're going to take a roll call of the commissioners, starting with District 1, Commissioner Williams.
Commissioner Williams is in the hearing room.
Vice Chair Belzer.
I'm present in the hearing room.
Commissioner Caston.
Caston in the hearing room.
Commissioner Irvin.
Present virtually.
Commissioner Thomas.
Present in the hearing room.
Commissioner Powers.
Present in the hearing room.
And Chairman Williams is present in the hearing room. When we left off, Attorney Ziegler opened his witness up for cross-examination. Is that correct, Attorney Ziegler?
One second.
Okay, I hear your lips moving, but I do not, well, I see your lips moving.
I misplaced my mute button. Apparently I was unmuted the whole time and muted myself. But no, he is ready for cross-examination.
All right, thank you, sir. South Carolina Coastal Conservation League and Southern Alliance for Clean Energy. Cross-examination?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Neely, Dominion's revised IRP included updated net present value calculations for the low, medium, and high DSM cases under 48 different scenarios. Is that correct?
Actually, 144 different scenarios.
Very well. In the tables included in the revised IRP, on pages 10 and 12 of Eric Bell's rebuttal testimony, those present the net present value results for 48 scenarios. Is that correct? 48 model one.
Well, there's 48 for low DSM, 48 for high DSM, and 48 for medium DSM, for a total of 144 scenarios.
Very well, thank you. So isn't it true that for 46 of those 48 scenarios, if you compare the medium DSM and the corresponding high DSM runs, that 46 of those 48 were lower cost for the high DSM case than for the medium DSM case?
They are lower cost in the medium DSM because they create a lower load forecast, and so it costs less to meet a lower load forecast than a higher load forecast.
So, sorry, if I'm understanding you, you're saying that the net present values presented in these tables for the medium DSM case are lower in most circumstances than for the high DSM case?
No, just the opposite. The high DSM creates lower net present value because you're dispatching the system against lower loads. But it's
okay.
And we estimated the cost of the high DSM case has been, I think, probably beat to death is the fact that we don't know. We don't have a good indication of what those costs would be, but we estimated those costs. We used the estimated costs for high DSM. The high DSM cases have lower loads, and so the net present values are lower.
Okay, thank you. And so that means that under the assumptions that you used here, that the high DSM case would have lower ratepayer costs over those 40 years as compared with the medium DSM case. Is that correct?
That's correct. If we could achieve those savings, but we have no indication that we can achieve those savings. So we're relying on the medium DSM case, which has savings that we are confident that we can achieve.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Neely, in your rebuttal testimony, you testified that information on generator performance data or reporting on events like hurricane-related outages were not a logical part of an IRP filing. Is that correct?
I don't recall that being a part of my testimony.
I would refer you to page 33 of your rebuttal testimony, lines 1 through 2. And the question on page 32, beginning on line 17 through line 21.
Okay, let's see.
Please let me know when you were there.
Okay, I do recall that now.
Thank you. So generator performance data, that would include information about that would be relevant to the reliability of Dominion's existing generation assets, wouldn't it?
That's historical. Yeah, that would tell you, that would give a historical perspective on the reliability.
Thank you. And isn't it also true that hurricane outage data could also show parts of the Dominion system that might be vulnerable to storms?
I don't think so. That's not something that is a function of the generator or something that we can control.
I see, but it may show information about what aspects of Dominion system were impacted by hurricanes. Is that correct?
I don't see how the generator performance data could be a component of a hurricane, but certainly when a hurricane comes through, transmission lines fall down and load is shed. So.
Thank you. And your testimony was that that information, so the generator performance data and information on hurricane outages, was widely available from fuel dockets and ex parte briefings that Dominion makes to the Commission. Is that correct?
That's my testimony.
Thank you. Are you aware that the Energy Freedom Act requires that the Commission evaluate whether Dominion's IRP appropriately balances, among other factors, power supply reliability?
Yes. And the resource plans that we provided all took that into consideration and meet the requirements of Act 62.
Thank you. But neither the company's previous filings in fuel dockets or its ex parte briefings are part of the record in this proceeding. Isn't that correct?
That's correct. And that's
Thank
not
you.
necessary. Liability of our generators when we project the future.
No further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Moving on to South Carolina Solar Business Alliance.
In just a moment, I'm sorry, there we go. Trying to get my video started. Can you all see me?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Neely. I'm Ben Snowden with we're here for the South Carolina Solar Business Alliance. Nice to see you.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Neely, you were responsible for overseeing the modeling that was conducted in support of Dominion's IRP. Is that right? And also the IRP supplement?
That's right.
Okay. And when I say modeling, that generally refers to production cost modeling. Is that right?
That is right.
Okay. And that's the same kind of production cost modeling that Dominion does when it calculates avoided costs. Is that right?
We do that same kind of modeling with avoided costs, with the fuel herring, a lot of different aspects of the company's business.
So would you agree that when it comes to any kind of computer modeling, the output of the model is only as good as the input?
That's the case, yes.
Okay. So is it important to validate the accuracy of the assumptions that you make in your model when you can?
The accuracy of the assumptions, it's impossible to actually measure the accuracy of assumptions. It's important to use reasonable assumptions in the model.
Mm-hmm. If your assumptions can be validated against real-world conditions, is it a good idea to do that?
Yes, we benchmark our model against actual system dispatch on a frequent basis.
Okay. You benchmark your model, and I'm speaking more broadly than just production cost modeling, I guess. I would say with any computer modeling, do you benchmark your production cost modeling against anything else?
I think it's probably most appropriate to benchmark it against production.
Okay. If the assumptions that you're using in your model don't match real-world conditions, does this call into question the validity of the model's outputs?
Well, it potentially could, but there's lots and lots of different things that could be changed in the model that don't have any impact on the output. But in general, you work very hard to get good input so that you could have great confidence in the output.
Because your inputs limit the quality of your output, is that right?
In general, that's true.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Neely, you've been involved in resource planning for South Carolina Electric and Gas and then now Dominion since 1997, is that right?
That's right.
And have you been involved in the development of IRPs for the company since then?
I have.
Okay. I believe Mr. Ziegler said in his opening statement that in devising this IRP, the company has used the same tools and methods that it's been using to formulate resource plans for the last 20 or 30 years. Is that accurate?
I don't think that's accurate. It's definitely been true since we haven't. Similar tools, but not the same tools over that period. There's several different models we've used over the years.
Mm-hmm. So different production cost models?
Yes.
So, Mr. Neal, I'd like to ask you a few questions about how the company selects the candidate resource plans for the IRP.
Okay.
How does resource optimization software help in the selection of candidate resource plans?
Well, we didn't use resource optimization in the selection of our resource plans.
Mm-hmm. No, I understand, but ORS has recommended that the company use resource optimization software going forward. Is that right?
That's right, and we are in the process of getting that model up and running so that we can use it at the earliest possible convenience.
Okay. So why did the company make that decision?
Because we see a value in having a resource optimization model. We value the what it brings as a tool to create resource plans and evaluate resource plans. So we see the same value that the ORS sees, and we've seen that for a while.
And so what value does it bring to the creation of resource plans?
The value it brings is that you can load in lots and lots and lots of different resources and allow the model to select the timing and the type of resources that it includes in the resource plan.
So in the absence of resource optimization software, is it possible that you may miss some plans in terms of timing or resources that would bring or provide better value to customers than other resource plans?
It's possible in any model. It's possible without a resource optimization model. It's also possible with a resource optimization model.
But is it fair to say that one of the major benefits of resource optimization software is that it helps reduce the chances that you'll miss a resource plan that would be valuable to customers?
Absolutely, and that's why we're very excited about getting our resource optimization model working and usable.
So when you're picking candidate resource plans, the goal is to come up with a reasonable range of options to economically meet the utility's resource needs. Is that fair?
That's fair, and another piece of that is that meets the requirements of Act 62, which that was one of the main focuses when we started selecting our resource plans, is what is required under Act 62. And so these resource plans that we selected were formulated for that purpose, and we've accomplished that as testified to by ORS and the Charles River Associates.
How did the sorry, we'll withdraw that. None of the candidate resource plans that were modeled in the IRP include additions of solar or energy storage for 2026. Is that right?
That's true.
Okay. And there's not a resource plan that considers retirement of coal units before 2028. Is that right?
That's true.
So if the utility could cost-effectively procure energy from renewables before 2026, wouldn't the utility be passing up immediate savings for ratepayers by failing to consider resource plans that would include that?
No, that would actually increase cost if we were to procure solar or some intermittent resource prior to 2026. As you move the cost closer into the schedule, the net present value is going to go up. For instance, if in that 2026 of Resource Plan 7 has a battery storage and solar PPA, if you move that battery storage from 2026 to 2023, the net present value goes up $3 million a year.
Now, you're only considering the cost side of the ledger, though, when you say that. Isn't that right?
Right.
Okay, so you're not considering any potential savings that accrue from earlier deployment of renewables.
What kind of savings?
Well, savings that would actually the actual value of that to the utility. Let me ask it another way. The company's existing resources, the resources that the company currently uses to meet its load, those cost money to run. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay, fuel costs, O&M costs, that sort of thing?
That's right.
Okay. And is it possible that some other resource might be able to generate energy for Dominion customers more cheaply than the cost that's incurred by those current resources?
Generate costs more cheaply than our current resources.
Right, generate energy more cheaply than those current resources.
Yes, that's true. But you don't do that without spending some money to get those resources.
Understood. But if you spent less money to get those resources than you're currently spending to operate the current resources, that would be a savings for ratepayers. Is that right?
Well, that's what our retirement scenarios are attempting to show. We have 3 retirement resource plans that we've modeled of the 8, and so they show what if we retired those plants and brought on some other type of resource, would that be more cost effective? And in the case of all 3 of those, at least in our base planning assumptions of medium DSM, base gas, and 0 CO2. Those retirement scenarios were not least cost.
Well, I appreciate the discussion of retirement scenarios, and we'll get back to that. But what I'm actually talking about is not retirement, but simply running the existing units at less. So if you were to generate 1 fewer megawatt hours from a gas-fired power plant, you would save the money it costs, the fuel costs and the O&M costs associated with that generation. Is that right?
if we run it less, we have to run something else more if we're going to meet our load demand.
Right, but if it costs less to run that other resource more, then you can save money.
That's right, and that's actually what the model is doing. It's looking at all the resources that are available to it, just doing an economic dispatch and picking the units that have the least cost and running those to meet the demand. This is the same thing we do on a daily basis when we dispatch our system. We pick those resources that are least cost and we run those more than the high cost units, such as peaking turbines.
Understood, but you didn't run that economic dispatch model with additional battery storage or solar in the plan prior to 2026. Is that right?
Not prior to 2026.
And you didn't run that economic dispatch model with a retirement of any coal units prior to 2028. Is that right?
Right, but because those retirements are not least cost, it's likely that that a retirement study will show that the economic retirement is out past 2028. The same thing with the solar resources. If we move them forward in the plan, it doesn't reduce their cost that they have in 2026. It actually increases the cost.
But you didn't conduct any economic analysis, or you didn't conduct any production cost modeling to validate that result, did you?
No, I didn't.
Okay, thank you. And the Solar Business Alliance asked Dominion to model resource plans that called for additional solar and storage before 2026, didn't they?
The Solar Business Alliance provided 5 resource plans that we modeled with 6 different scenarios, and for 30 different scenarios, we modeled for those. We included those in the appendix to the IRP.
But you didn't compare those to the resource plans that you weighted in the selection of the preferred resource plan, did you?
Well, there were certain components of those that were not compatible with our plans, and so it wouldn't be an apples and apples comparison. Just like if we had compared one of our own plans with $25 CO2 to one of our plans with 0 CO2, that's not an appropriate comparison. So. If the SBA's plans had been comparable to ours using similar DSM, similar cost for renewables, then yes, we would have compared them.
So you're saying you could only have compared SBA's plan if they had exactly matched the resource plans that the company was planning to use?
Not the exact resource plans, but the same sensitivities. We can't compare high gas cost to a low gas scenario. We can't compare resource plans that have a 1.25% DSM to plans that have a 0.7% DSM.
Understood. So wouldn't it have been possible, though, to model the SBA's requested plans with the same pricing assumptions that Dominion used for its other plans?
We could have. We picked our resource plans to meet the requirements that we saw in Act 62. We picked our plan so we had a broad range of resources that we were considering. We didn't think that those plans put forth by the SBA met the requirements we had for modeling for the IRP.
Mr. Neely, one of the purposes of your rebuttal testimony was to respond to the direct testimony of intervener witnesses, including SBA's witness, Mr. Searcy. Is that right?
That's right. Give me just a second. My screen just went shut down. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, that's okay. All right. So, Mr. Neely, one of the purposes of your rebuttal testimony was to respond to the direct testimony of intervener witnesses, including SBA's witness, Mr. Searcy. Is that right?
That's right.
And so you read Mr. Searcy's direct testimony?
Yes.
And did you consider, did the company adopt any of the recommendations that Mr. Searcy made in his testimony?
Yes, we adopted one of his recommendations for the cost of battery storage.
But that's the only recommendation that Mr. Searcy made that the company adopted.
We only could adopt a limited number of scenarios and get them modeled in the short window that we had. That doesn't mean we won't adopt other recommendations. In fact, we appreciate all the recommendations that have been given to us, and we haven't set aside any of them yet. We will continue to look at those and may include those in future IRPs.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Searcy also had, he had recommendations that went beyond additional scenarios, though, didn't he?
Yes.
Mr. Searcy testified that Dominion used unreasonable assumptions for solar PPA costs, didn't he?
He did.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to object. I believe that Mr. Snowden is entitled to ask Mr. Neely anything he wants, but to pit Mr. Neely and Mr. Searcy against each other is improper. Mr. Neely needs to answer the questions that he needs to answer, and what Mr. Searcy said or didn't say is not relevant to that examination.
Mr. Chairman, we just established that one of the specific purposes of Mr. Neely's testimony on rebuttal was to respond to the testimony of Mr. Neely. So I think it's certainly appropriate to I understand that Mr. Searcy will be testifying later, but I think it's certainly appropriate to explore Mr. Neely's responses or lack of responses to Mr. Searcy's testimony.
Overruled. Proceed.
Mr. Neely, I'll refer you to page 16 of Mr. Searcy's direct testimony. Do you have that handy?
I do.
So on page 16, looking at lines, starting on line 12, Mr. Searcy testifies that the assumed PPA price for 2026 PPAs that the company used in its modeling was $49.05 per megawatt hour. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay, and does that match your understanding of the PPA price assumptions the company used?
Yes, it is. Well, let me say this. That was the calculation, but we converted that to dollars per kW so that we could pay that PPA for its full output, even if we chose to dispatch it to a lower value.
Okay, so you modeled those PPAs as flexible solar PPAs, is that right?
That's right.
Okay, and that's why it was paid out on a kW basis and not per kilowatt hour basis?
That's right.
Okay, and can you just explain very briefly what a flexible solar PPA is?
Sure. The flexible solar PPA means that it allows the utility to dispatch the solar generator down to 0 megawatts when it becomes more economical to do that. That's the basis of it. And it also allows the solar PPA to provide reserves when it's dispatched at below what it would generate in that hour.
And so, what are the benefits of a flexible PPA to the company then?
Well, the flexible PPA, flexible solar has a lot of benefits because we can avoid costs that we would have incurred if we had to find somewhere to put that generation when we didn't have any place to put it, or if it required us to turn off a generator that we would have preferred, or the economics would have shown would be more economic to keep it running across a certain period. So it allows us to dispatch our system in a more efficient way.
Okay. Are there any other costs that it allows the utility to avoid, other than those ones associated with economic dispatch?
None come to mind.
And is it fair to say that a flexible PPA allows the generator to avoid the risk of curtailment, or it mitigates the risk of curtailment to the generator?
It allows what generator to avoid curtailment?
Oh, I'm sorry. So you said that you can economically dispatch a solar facility that's got a flexible solar PPA. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, but because you're paying out on a capacity basis, a per kW basis instead of a per kilowatt hour basis, that economic dispatch doesn't affect the revenues of the project. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
So that's better cost certainty for the solar facility.
That's right.
Okay, and that's kind of a win-win for the utility and for the generator.
That's what we believe.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Searcy also testifies that Dominion's price model, and this is, I'm sorry, I'm looking on line 17 here. Mr. Searcy testifies that Dominion's price model calculates a 20-year PPA price of $47.77 per megawatt hour for a 2019 project. You see that?
I do.
Okay. Is that accurate as far as you understand the price assumptions that Dominion uses?
That's right.
Did you check the accuracy of this $47 per megawatt hour figure against real-world data?
This data is based on the NREL's projection of medium technology solar generators. It includes all the costs of building and operating, and as well as a profit margin. So, no, I didn't check this against anything that's that I don't know of any PPAs that are like this. The only PPAs that we're have knowledge of are the PPAs under PERPA. We have 973 megawatts of solar PPAs on our system, or will by the end of the year. And so we know the cost of those. And some of those are actually higher than this price, and some of them are lower than this price.
So you got current PERPA PPAs that are paying out at higher than $47 per megawatt hour?
We do.
Okay. Do you know when those PPAs? I understand that to some extent this is maybe confidential, but do you know generally when those PPAs started?
It'd probably be around 2016.
Okay. So did you? You said that you considered the cost of the company's current PERPA PPAs. Did you look around the region or around the state to see if there were other PPA prices that might let you check the accuracy of this projection?
Well, this is a projection, and so looking back it has some merit, but that wouldn't become the basis for any future PPAs that we would be modeling. We're relying on NREL. They're the experts in the industry to give us a projection of cost of future PPA costs. So we felt good that they had the expertise and the knowledge, and that we could rely on their forecast.
Mm-hmm. Did NREL actually forecast this $47 figure?
They don't specifically forecast the $47. They give us all the components of the cost, which we put together to create dollars per megawatt hour cost.
So you took information from NREL about building costs, profit margin, that sort of thing, and you came up with a calculation that yielded a $47 per megawatt hour PPA cost for 2019 PPAs?
That's right.
Okay. Did you did you not think it was necessary to validate the accuracy of that calculation?
Well, I have great confidence in the calculation. We did look at their inputs, and all of their inputs seemed reasonable, and so I'm confident that that's a good number from the data that they provided.
Well, I understand. I'm not asking about whether the inputs that NREL provided were sufficient. I'm wondering about how you translated those inputs, which relate to construction costs and things like that, into a per megawatt hour PPA price. So, would you agree that there were some judgment calls the company made when it converted those inputs into a PPA price?
Well, I didn't do the calculation, so that would be something I would need to check with the analyst that did that.
Mr. Neely, have you heard of the competitive procurement of renewable energy program run by Duke Energy?
I'm not familiar with that program.
Okay, and that's okay. Did you see that it was discussed in Mr. Searcy's testimony?
I don't recall that. I don't doubt it, but I didn't recall that.
Okay. Well, let's look at Mr. Searcy's direct testimony. I'm still looking here on page 16. So starting on line 18, Mr. Searcy says, by comparison, the 2019 North Carolina CPRE, and that's the Competitive Procurement of Renewable Energy Program, the 2019 North Carolina CPRE Tranche 1 average winning bid for a 20-year solar PPA was $38 per megawatt hour. Do you see that?
What page are you on?
I'm sorry, I'm still on page 16.
I see that. Yep.
Okay. So do you recall, does this refresh your recollection of looking at Mr. Searcy's testimony?
Yes.
Okay. So do you recall then reading about these $38 per megawatt hour CPRE PPAs that Duke entered into in 2019?
Right.
Okay. But you still don't. You still say you're not familiar with the CPRE program?
I'm not familiar with the program now.
Okay. So when you read Mr. Searcy's testimony that the average winning bid for CPRE was more than 20% lower than the corresponding PPA costs in Dominion's IRP, did this not pique your interest?
Everything about Mr. Searcy's testimony piqued my interest. My question is, what would be a winning bid for the 2026 time frame, not the 2019 time frame? I don't see that.
Understood, but right now we're talking about validating a PPA price formula that yielded a $47 PPA price for 2019.
Yeah. I don't know what went into the CPRE Tranche 1 winning average. I know what went into our forecast of a PPA price, and that was the NREL data. And so we have pretty good confidence in forecast.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Neely, do you see that Mr. Searcy goes on to testify, starting on line 20 and going to the next page, that a 2019 RFI issued by C.H.C. Cooper found a weighted average levelized cost of less than $28 per megawatt hour for 20-year solar PPAs?
I see that, yes.
Okay. And then do you see that, moving on down on now we're on page 17, line 3, executed PPAs under SC, E, and G avoided cost tariffs available in 2017 with blended rates of $34 per megawatt hour have been filed with the Commission?
I see that, yes.
Okay. So there appears to be a bit of a disconnect between this $47 per megawatt hour PPA price that Dominion assumes in the IRP for 2019 PPAs and the reality of solar PPA prices in South Carolina, isn't there?
Yeah, there's a timing difference. There's a lot of differences. I don't know what the cost of panels were in 2017. How does that compare with the cost that the NREL is using? I'm sure that they have looked at all the industry data to include the cost of panels in their database, and so I have no way of digging into those numbers that he provided and seeing what's the basis for somebody that would build a plant when they're only going to get $28 a megawatt hour. I'm not aware of any solar developers that can build a plant for $28 a megawatt hour and make a profit. So,
so again, I'm not questioning the validity of the NREL inputs of their construction cost data or their projections. I am just wondering whether a conversion formula, we'll call that a conversion formula, that takes those cost projections and turns them into a PPA price, whether a conversion formula that yields a $47 per megawatt hour PPA price for 2019 is a good formula. So does the large disconnect between this $47 per megawatt hour 2019 PPA price and actual observed PPA prices in South Carolina for 2019 call into question the accuracy of this conversion formula?
you mean the actual in South Carolina or North Carolina?
We'll say South Carolina. Are you aware that solar projects in South Carolina can bid into the CPRE program?
Like I said, I'm not familiar with the program.
And no one at the company informed you about the CPRE program and those bid results in coming up with these PPA price assumptions?
They did not.
Okay. Well, given that solar developers are contracting at these prices, meaning the CPRE prices, the Santee Cooper prices, the observed Dominion prices, isn't it likely that the company could find developers that were willing to contract at prices below the $49 per megawatt hour that's assumed in the IRP?
Well, I have no idea, but I'm sure that if we decide to install or to purchase a PPA, we would execute an RFP and find out what people are willing to provide solar generation for under a PPA.
So would you agree that an RFP would be a good way to determine whether developers could deliver PPAs to the company and to the ratepayers at lower prices?
It'd be a good way if we were serious about procurement of those resources. And if once we make a decision to procure resources of any kind, we will issue an all-source RFP and we'll know what all of the costs of resources are. But to issue an RFP when there's not a serious desire to purchase wouldn't produce serious responses.
Mr. Neely, are you aware that Act 62 authorizes this commission to create programs for the competitive procurement of renewable energy and capacity?
Yes.
Okay. And you're aware that the commission has opened a docket for the purpose of determining whether that's in the public interest?
I'm not familiar with that. I'm not part of that hearing or docket.
Okay. Do you know whether that docket's been opened?
I have no idea.
Okay. Are you aware that Dominion has taken a position in that docket that it would not be in the public interest to even consider competitive procurement programs for renewable energy and capacity?
Like I said, I'm not familiar with that docket at all.
Okay. Well, is it your understanding that the company has publicly taken a position that it would not be in the public interest to even consider competitive procurement programs for renewable energy and capacity?
I have no knowledge of any of that.
Mr. Neely, I'll move on. I'd like to ask you a few questions, if I may, about the federal investment tax credit. Are you familiar with the ITC?
Vaguely. It's probably a question that would be better answered by Dr. Lynch.
Okay. Well, was Dr. Lynch, now why do you say that?
He's the one that helped us incorporate an ITC in our revenue requirement spreadsheet.
Okay. So the ITC is discussed to some extent in your rebuttal test, or your in your rebuttal testimony. Is that right?
I discussed the fact that we added an ITC, yes.
Okay. So did you rely on Dr. Lynch in putting that testimony together?
No, I'm relying on Dr. Lynch to do the calculation to provide me with an ITC that I could incorporate into our revenue requirement spreadsheet.
Okay. But you're aware that the ITC is a federal tax credit for capital investment in renewable energy resources. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And it applies to investments in both solar and storage. Isn't that right?
That's right.
Okay. And it's currently 22%. Is that right?
I believe that's correct.
So that's effectively a 22% discount on capital investment in renewable energy facilities. Is that right?
That's right.
So assuming that PPA prices can be negotiated or established competitively, the savings of the ITC can make renewable energy less expensive for ratepayers, can't they?
It does reduce the cost of building those plants, yes.
And so if the costs of building the plants go down, then the cost to customers go down, assuming that prices can be established either competitively or through negotiations.
Yes.
And so the ITC steps down from 22% to 10% in 2022. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. But despite the step down, developers can safe harbor the ITC for up to 4 years if they incur some private costs in that year and then get the full ITC for that year. Is that right?
That's what I understand. There's a safe harbor clause.
So, for example, a project that's safe harbored in 2021 could go into service in 2025 and still get that 22% ITC. Is that right?
I assume that's correct. You're starting to exceed my ITC.
I understand. Yeah, I'm almost at the end of my headlights here as well. But the company assumed a 10% ITC across the board in modeling. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And are you familiar with the Charles Rivers Associates report that evaluated the IRP?
I am.
Okay. And that CRA report says that this 10% ITC assumption is a bit too conservative, doesn't it?
I'm sorry, ask me that again.
The CRA report says that this 10% ITC assumption across the board is too conservative, doesn't it?
I don't remember that. At the time that the CRA reviewed the IRP, there was no ITC, and their recommendation is that we include an ITC. I don't remember.
Well, let's look. Sorry. If you would, could you look at the CRA report? I believe it is Exhibit 3 to Mr. Bell's testimony. I'm sorry, Exhibit 2, EHB 2. And I'm going to we'll look at page 61, and I'm going to attempt to share this. Please bear with me. Does this is my shared screen showing?
It is.
Okay. So it says here that CRA believes that Dominion may also have been conservative in its ITC assumptions for PPAs. Is that right?
It says that, yes.
Okay. And it says that this is because Dominion has assumed the full ITC qualification ends in 2019 and steps down to 10%. Is that right?
That's what it says.
Okay. And it's conservative because it doesn't account for the fact that developers can safe harbor technology. Is that right?
That's not what it says. Let's see. Maybe it does.
I'm looking. Let's see here. I'm looking at.
Right.
Okay. I'm going to read from it here, from this highlighted paragraph in the middle of it. It says, while this is not an unreasonable interpretation of the current IRS rules, it does not account for developers that have already safe harbored solar technology and can place the project in service years later. Is that right?
That's what it says.
Okay. So Mr. Searcy also recommends that Dominion model a 22% ITC for projects that can safe harbor in 2021. Is that right?
Yes, I believe that's what he said.
And do you recall what you say in your rebuttal testimony about this recommendation?
I say that's not appropriate because we don't install any solar till 2026. So if you safe harbor wouldn't make it all the way to 2026.
Understood. But it would be appropriate to model a 22% ITC for solar or storage that comes online before 2026 if it was safe harbored, wouldn't it?
It would.
And the company chose not to include a resource plan with additional solar or storage coming online before 2026, didn't it?
That's right. It had nothing to do with the ITC, though. That was a part of the development of the resources and the resource plans to meet the requirements of Act 62.
Understood. But by declining to analyze a plan with solar or storage coming online before 2026, the company excluded potentially lower cost solar or storage resources from consideration, didn't it?
It did, and in those years we have an abundance of capacity. So at any price, we'd be purchasing something that we didn't need.
Mr. Neely, I'd like to talk a little bit about integration costs. Could you please look at page 44 and 45 of Mr. Searcy's direct testimony? I'm starting here on line 20 whenever you get there.
Okay, I'm there.
Mr. Chairman?
Okay. So Mr. Searcy says, starting on line
Attorney
20, that, Dominion
Snowden.
I'm sorry, could you give,
Yes, sir.
could I ask Mr. Snowden to give that page number again, please?
Yes, ma'am. This is page 44 of Mr. Searcy's direct testimony, and starting at the bottom around line 20, going on to the next page. And I can try to share this as well.
And Mr. Snowden, now that we have you in a brief pause, about how much longer do you anticipate this going?
Don't know if I can give you a precise estimate, but I would say more than half an hour.
Okay.
What are you thinking
Well,
about?
let's do this. Let's take a break for lunch, and we can come back at 1:15. I'm sorry, 2:15. Thank you, Commissioner Williams. All right. See everyone back at 2:15.
Thank you.